Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Boothie flying on Discord stream isn't live yet, damn. Hey, I said soon in the notification. Oh man, okay. I have put off painting this guy for so long because I spent ages not liking the way I'd done the color of his panels, but I'm glad I fixed it because I'm actually excited to work on it now. Yo, hey Cyrus. No, yeah, so I also hadn't finished the stripe along here. I don't know if we'll do that today or not, just because these are painful as hell. I might do the stripes off camera and we just focus on heraldry and stuff for the day. I understand that is kind of heraldry for Iron Warriors, but look, it is what it is. But yeah, main thing will be last night I picked out a few heraldry or a few sheets of heraldry that I'm going to pull from, because Iron Warriors are a bit of a weird one to do heraldry from. So because they don't really fuck with that. So the ones that I was looking at were, first of all, from the Chaos Space Marines. I can pillage all of the Iron Warriors symbols, or at least a few of them. So that one will be nice and easy. Then from the Imperial Knights one over here, there will be just like the pattern-based ones that we can yoink from the Canis loadout, and there was another one that I was looking at that I've forgotten. But I mean, oh, it'll just be things like the skulls and the kill tallies and all those sorts of things. On this one, it was more specific. Oh, where was it? I saw it last night, and I was very clear about wanting to do that. Oh, it was a lot of just the stuff in this bottom block here. And there was another one. Oh, where was it? Maybe it's on a different one. Oh, from the Chaos Space Marine list here, in the Word Bearers section. I'll zoom this in so we can see it a little bit better. But I do think that the this scripture down the bottom here will show up quite nicely on the Iron Warrior panels. On some of these, just having that run across them could be quite good. And then last one was just these. I have some assorted stuff from a Green Stuff World sheet of heraldry that I got. And on this one in particular, it's not really Iron Warrior specific, but I do quite like the stag skull here. That one, and then there's a larger version of it over here, and then there's one in white here. I think that I could run that as the personal heraldry for this particular knight's house, because the idea for all of my Imperial Knights, to remind everyone, is that they are free blades from knight houses that sided with the heretic legions. I got any Saturnine? Word bearers are cool. I have not got any Saturnine. They look very, very cool, but thankfully I'm not a Space Marine fan. They're not my my main force. I don't really care too much about them, so I was able to save my wallet. Which knight of the Word Bearer is going to get? Possessed style one would be cool. I'm not sure, because the main thing is, at the end of the day, I want my Imperial Knights, even though they're in the colors of the Traitor Legions, I want them to still look noble, and Word Bearers are fucked. Like, respectfully, Word Bearers are fucked. Like, they are not the most beautiful legion there is. They tend to be the most possessed. But anyway, let's start off by let's start pulling apart the panels here, because this guy is held together by blue tack and a dream, because I have run him on the tabletop once back before I fixed his the color of his armor panels. So there's going to be a little bit of disassembly, just so that it's easier for us to work on our freehands and our decals and stuff. But yeah, I am very happy with how the color of the plates worked out. Because essentially, I did this off stream because it was originally done in lead belcher, but I just I airbrushed a thinned down version of the Abaddon Black. No, not Abaddon Black. The Black Legion contrast, and the issue was then that darkened up all of my trim, and so then I what I did was I got the you know, like the white magic sponges, like the high density abrasive sponges. I just cut off like little corners of that, and then just very gently with a little bit of the just tiniest bit of water on them, just gently wiped away the overspray that was on there, and it was just pulled it back to just polished it all back to the metallic trim. Worked out quite nicely, actually. Yeah, so I might use that in future just for very gently removing little bits of paint that I don't want, rather than trying to sort of dissolve it with alcohol and wipe it away with a brush. Having a very fine point with a white magic, or like with the white abrasive sponge, works quite well. Probably better than using sandpaper as well. Howdy ho, hey Technic. But yeah, one thing that I'm keen to do with this guy is, since it is Iron Warriors and there's not really a lot in the way of heraldry, a lot of the stuff is going to be things like kill tallies, which means that it's probably going to be the most Imperial Knight design that we will have done so far in terms of the heraldry, because there's going to be a lot of really small, like, skull tallies running down in orderly fashion on the panels and stuff. So that'll be a fun one, because I don't think I've done that with any of my knights. Hello, people. Hey, Silver. See if I can pull his mask off without breaking anything. There we are. Okay, that is just about everything. Oh yeah, I've also got a tilt shield on the side of his leg, because when I was assembling him, I messed up putting which leg in, like putting the leg in the correct position. See, you see, this was meant to be the inside of the leg so that this pipe could go into it, or this piston, but I fucked it up when I was gluing them together, so I just yoinked a spare tilt shield from one of my Questoris, and so it's just gonna sit there and cover it up, and no one has to know. Need to see your avatar in the Discord? I'll have a quick look at him since we haven't started painting yet, got plenty of time. Oh man, okay, look at I always say this. Every time I look at the back of this knight. Paint your rivets, gamers. Holy shit, it's so worth it. It's time consuming, but wow, I love it. This is one of my favorite guys that I've done. I haven't even finished him yet. It's just one of the, like, it's just so nice. Like the gold peeking through the really dark metal. You didn't realize his back chin was so flexible, you figured it was solid? Oh, Sunju. This thing sucked to assemble. Each one of these segments was 2 bits. So, where you see 2 rivets, this piece between my thumbs was 2 different plastic bits on the sprue, split down the middle, that I had to glue together. And then you fit them together like a chain. Each one of these is a chain link split in half, and you have to fit it all together. It's so cool though. Like, it sucked to assemble, but it's so cool. Unfortunately, it sucked to assemble, and this model absolutely fucking sucks on the tabletop. If we're lucky, it'll be in the codex, and they will have made him useful. But I highly doubt it, because it's a 30k model. But oh yeah, I was gonna look at Silver's avatar. Where are we? Minis. Oh, Twisted. I like the smoke blast that you've sculpted coming out of the twin melter there. That'll be very nice. Oh, and you've got the light flash coming from in the vents on it as well. That'll be really cool. And the avatar. Oh yeah, nice. I'm looking forward to base coating my avatar as well. That you've done the same build that I've done for my guy, so same head. Only difference is I ran the spear instead of the sword. But yeah, that is the correct head to build the avatar with. Like, I don't know why anyone would ever build him with the other head, or either of the other heads. That is the correct one. But yeah, I do need to go around and get working on my avatar at some point. Just so many things to do. Also, I see you also struggled with the stupid thing with the avatar's chest, where the straps run around his back, and then they're meant to like go and touch onto his amulet, but they just don't reach properly. That annoyed me so much. Like, what I ended up doing was I had to cut little chunks of sprue and melt them between the bits, just because those straps the straps that were meant to go to the amulet just didn't reach. It's really annoying. You'd probably get 2 avatars if you ever played Eldar. Epic Hero, though, or Legendary Lord, or whatever it's called. Not Legendary Lord, I've been playing too much Warhammer or Total War recently. But named characters, so you can't run 2 of them in normal rules. But I would say if someone brought 2 avatars and they had 2 different Eldar Craft World schemes painted, I would let them run them. Because we need time for our daily Valador mention. They had 2 avatars in the battle for Valador. So, look. It is what it is. Great movie, by the way. Well, not movie. Great book, by the way. Not sponsored. Games Workshop. I'm here. I'm ready to shill for your books if you need me. Valador was a banger. Also, this bit here fell out of one of the arms, so I'll need to make sure I pair that up so I don't lose it. There we are. Okay, so where should we start, do we think? I'm thinking for... yeah, what panels should we start with? We've got a lot of options. We've got chest panels, we've got the groin panels, we've got the shins, we've got the shoulders. Those are the main ones, and then we've got the top. I think we save the top until we've got an idea of what we want to do. Oh, there's also the flag. Maybe the flag would be a good one to start with. Although I haven't really thought about what color to paint the fabric of the flag in. Because, yeah, the fabric is currently unpainted. But just because it's a different material. What material colors would the Iron Warriors run? Like, do we do black and yellow split down the middle? Do we think that's the way to go? I feel like that could work. And then we have black decals on the yellow half and white decals on the black half. I think that'd be good, actually, yeah. That seems sensible. And we would have this here, so we'd want to have, by this logic, if we were going to have a black and yellow banner hanging down, we'd want to have the yellow stripe on the right-hand side, probably. The banner seemed to be the plain black with silver skulls. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to remember where we're going to have a silver skull on top of black with hazards on sides. Right. That might be a bit too much of a pain in the ass for me. Okay, so I'm just thinking of composition of where all of our yellows are. Since we're gonna have a lot of yellows on the right hand side, well, oh, sorry, on this side, on our right currently, on his left, I think we want the, it's going to say the yellow stripe on the left, but I think it's gonna be too close to the really big block of yellow there. So I say we go black here, yellow there, just because that way it'll match up, it'll help weight this against that. Black and skull would keep it easy. Yeah, but I like the idea of having lots of little skulls running vertically down. I feel like that could be really nice. Get back in the feel of using decals. I reckon that's what we're gonna do. We'll run Corvus black because that way it's not just a straight black, it still has a bit of depth to it. Also, I need to remind myself that I'll need to do something with the pilot because I went out of my way to put a hinge on the hatch. So I need to remember to at least have something going on with the pilot. I don't think we'll get that far today though, but it'll be something we'll need to keep in mind for the future. Let's just... Okay. Actually, do we want to do Corvus Black? I wonder if that might be a little too different. We'll see what Corvus Black looks like anyway. Okay. Hello, hey Bob. How you going, mate? Maybe too bright if it's next to pure black. Yeah, we'll have a look and see what it looks like. And if we don't like it, we'll knock it back with Abaddon Black. I think Abaddon Black might be what we want to go with, just because it is quite a dark model already, and it may not look like black if we use the Corvus. Let's see how it looks. I just change the angle here a little bit. Yeah, I think it does look it does look a little blue. What we might do is have it come towards the Corvus Black in the higher points, and then what we'll do is we'll blend it towards Abaddon Black in the folds where it goes backwards. Yeah, and we'll need to recoat the trim anyway, so I'm not too fussed about making a huge mess of it. I've got this pretty thinned down, so it is splitting a little bit, but it's better than it getting all clumpy. For this sort of thing, I want to get as smooth of a finish as I can. What I might actually do is just get a little bit of paper and put a drop of water on it, and then use that to sap out all the liquidy bits of paint without actually drying the tip. As I saw this one being done, where if you have a tissue with a drop of water on it, then when you have really thinned out paint, and it's like really watery paint, and you tap it on the wet bit of the tissue, it'll wick out all of the runny parts of the like all the runny paint from the brush without drying the tip of the brush itself. Doing what to the tip now? You heard me. And I'm not fond of repeating myself. Okay, I definitely thinned the Corvus Black a little too much. Yeah, this is definitely a bit blue. So what we'll do is, yeah, like I said, we'll do our first coat in the Corvus Black, get it nice and smooth, and then we'll push the Abaddon Black in the folds where they sort of push backwards there, so that we get a little bit of variance in the color of the panel. First thing you hear after arriving is just the tip. Shame, Shelly, shame. Look, Rebellion. Look, I was gonna try to justify what I was saying, but I don't even have anything. Like, it is what it is. Okay. I reckon we let that dry. And then we'll come back through with a thin coat of Abaddon Black. Just to try to knock it down in the recesses. And then I might push some greys, some very, very thinned greys, just along some of the bits where the light is really going to catch, like along here. There's a little bit of a deformation just like there that we can hit, and then otherwise like up there. Although maybe we wait until we've done the yellow on this half, so that we can really see where it's going to fall. At least until we've done the white, so that we can see where it's going to fall. Yeah, I reckon we push our white or our greys over here now, so that we can build the yellows on top of that, and then we'll mark out where we want our bright points to be. We'll start with Grey Seer, and then our brighter points will be in Corax White. Potentially get some very bright ones in our Vallejo White. How is this so thin? I haven't even thinned it that much. I barely put it on the wet palette and it's already parting. That's annoying. Yeah, I think we will definitely need a couple of coats to smooth this out. Doesn't help that this is a bit of an awkward piece to hold as well because it's so thin. So my points of security are by I'm holding onto it by just digging these spikes into my fingers. Because everything else is just it's just a really thin piece that wants to rotate. Line within one, I'm without tough out the pain. It's not even like a pain issue. That's mildly annoying. It's more just the fact that because I only have it held by 2 pins here, it just spins when I apply pressure. But when I hold it like this, it's like, it's just that angle is annoying. It's been so long since I've painted little panels like this, I've forgotten the pain of trying to hold them steady. Yeah, once I get to the dividing line between these sections, I'm gonna need to just go with completely unthinned paint and just try to draw a nice clean line between them, and then blend that thick section over into the thinned down parts. The chains aren't free moving. Thankfully not these ones. That would actually be horrifying if I had to assemble these tiny little chains as well. Yeah, it's not quite a 50-50 split. Need to push the white in more. Am I doing a color layer over the white or just white? I'm using the white as a base coat for a yellow over the top. It's just painting yellow straight onto a dark backdrop. It sucks. We would be here forever. We just want to make sure we get the white nice and smooth first, though. I guess I don't need to worry too much about getting a feathery edge here, because I can come back through with the black to even it back out. And black at least covers more nicely than white does. We just want to get the coverage of the white to the point that we want it to be. Whip out the pink. I don't want to push it to an orange. I don't need bright orange. Be a lot of layers if it was just yellow. Yeah, we would be here a while. 17 layers if we started with yellow. True. Okay, I think that's about the split we want. So we'll just get the majority of the white nice and smooth, and then we'll come back with the Corvus Black just to redefine, or just to clean up the edge there. Pink works well for your yellows too. You use them on your Tyranid's eyes. I see. Well, I want the yellow to be the same yellow that I've got everywhere else on this guy, and so that means that I'll just be going from a white base, because the pink will push more red tones into it, and so then we'll end up with it being more orange, which isn't quite what I'm chasing. Okay, yeah, that's about the 50-50 split we want, yeah. So now it's just going to be thinning down the grey sear, and just applying additional coats to the broader section so that we can get it nice and smooth. There we are. That's already looking a lot better with the second coat. Still not quite perfect, but definitely improved. Yeah, a little bit of that texture left on the inside edge of it, but the outside edge is looking a lot better. And I feel like we've, for the most part, managed to avoid the really annoying chalkiness that can come with working with GW whites. There's a little bit of it showing up here. I don't know if I can get it to show on camera. But for the most part, I think we've done pretty well. Yeah, a lot of this is wet now, so I'm going to do a tiny bit more, and then I'll need to let it sit so that I don't actually accidentally wipe away any of the bits that are still drying. That is my cardinal sin. Okay. A little bit of moisture on the brush and just feather out these edges where I've been working. Yeah, and we'll let that sit for the time being. And yeah, let's start building up some of the darker sections on the black half of it, because if I yeah, actually this will be a good way to tell, is if I hold it in between these two, I do like the Corvus black, the way it looks compared to the armor panels, because it's similar sort of tone, but it's very clearly a different material. But I do think that if we get a little bit of variance in the brightness of it, so get some darker points and some lighter points, I think that'll go really well. And so, that being the case, let's get a little bit of our Abaddon black out here. Forgot to order a chair. Now as good as time as any. What have you been doing without a chair? Do you still have the old... Oh no, because you said you carried the old one out. Or have you not carried it out yet and you were dreading carrying it down the stairs? What have you been sitting on in the meantime? Just like... just like a stool? Okay, just gonna sketch out the sections where I want our darker points to be. And then we'll blend it together if we can. I always bite off more than I can chew when it comes to blending these things. But I think if I can get a nice blend going, it'll be really good. And there'll be another one over here. And by extension, this dark point will extend over into our white section. So what I might actually do, if it doesn't ruin everything, is get a very, very, very thinned down version of this black. Really just mostly water here. Wick out the actual watery parts of it. And let's just see if we can... No, that's too dark. Abort. Abort. Yeah, if we're going to do this, I think what we'll want is an actual glaze. And I'll probably use a much messier brush and just see if we can really just drop a little bit of that across there. This is just going to be sketching our low points. So we don't want any, we don't want pooling like a wash. We'll need to see if we can strip that back. I want to try to avoid staining where we can, but I think that's going to be impossible to completely avoid all staining. What I probably should have done is just mix this with a little bit of the Corvus, or with the Grey Seer. But at least I've marked out where I want the dark point to be now, and then I can go with a slightly darker mix of the Grey Seer on that. There'll be just a couple more bits where I want to have it be a little darker, so we'll just sketch that out again on the black. That will run along here. of darkness just along our bottom bit here. A creative block with your water spell. I feel like those sorts of spells would be really hard to make dynamic because it's all one material, and then it's just about trying to like push glow and stuff through it and like bring together like different blues and greens and blend them together smoothly. Seems like it'd be a fun challenge, but it would be so hard. Ow! Okay, I was really gripping those spikes quite hard that time. Ow. It's dented quite deep into my thumbs. Oh, actually, it still kind of hurts to grab things. Might have been close to drawing blood there. I think you're just gonna grab the 70-pound Chinese desk chair. Just has to last you a couple of years, and when you move somewhere more permanent, you can splash out on a name brand office chair. Yeah, that's fair enough. I will say, like the nice chair that I have is pretty heavy. So, like, I don't like moving it around the house. It's a pain in the ass to move. So that is sensible. The infamous finger dents. The hallmark of all annoying models to paint. Okay, so I reckon once we've marked out the dark points on here, we'll mark out the light points. First of all, I think that's good for our darkest points on the black half of it. So what we should do now is do our final coat of the grey sear on the white half so that it's nice and smooth. I'm going to go over this dark point that I marked out faintly here because I'm going to fix it anyway. You just want to get the texture nice and smooth, and then we can mark out the lighter points on both halves. We can sort of do it all together, and then we'll put the yellow on, and hopefully the shading that we do beforehand will transfer over nicely when we get to the yellows. What black is that? So the black, the dark black that I'm using is Abaddon black, and then the lighter tone is Corvus black. I'm realizing that I probably could have used masking tape to get this clean line. But it's a bit late for that now. Instead, we're sort of stuck pushing it back and forth as we swap between our white and our black. Like, the split is pretty good. It's a little bit iffy at the top there, so I'm gonna do another quick pass over with our Corvus black now, just to knock it back again. Office chair Reddit people are assholes. Couldn't understand why some guy had a budget of only $200. Yeah, this is why I don't have Reddit. The people there scare me. Reddit seems like a dangerous place. Just jumping into a fucking lion's den. People who are overly passionate about their special interests. Warhammer folk are nice. Yeah, but I have my my fair share of nice Warhammer folk right here. I don't need to go out and like expose myself to the dangers that are associated with Reddit in general. Okay, we got the split looking good. So now we want to mark out our high points. So the way that we're going to go about this, I reckon, is for the we'll mark out the low points on the white side first. So to do that, I guess I will mix a little bit of Abaddon black with our grey seer, and just see if we can get a slightly darker tone going. Doesn't need to be anything insane, just needs to be noticeable. Yeah, I think this is going to be a nice variation here. So we'll just sketch this in. Yeah, because this is very noticeably a different tone. And so we'll just build this up in our darker areas, and then we can blend it through once we've got it all established. And then once we're done there, all that's left will be just getting a nice smooth yellow coat over this. Okay, we pull that down that way. So this isn't going to be a perfect marker for all of our darker sections, but I think it'll be good to get us started. I think I've probably applied more surface area than I should have for this. But we'll probably peel this back a little bit with our Gracia, just so that this only really shows up in the really dark sections. But also this is going to be the darkest part of the banner anyway. Yeah, in fact, I don't really think there is another dark section on the white half. So now that we've got the shadows marked out on the banner, we can start marking out the light points. So for that, we'll sort of do the inverse for the black half for what we just did to the white half. So we'll grab a bit of grey sear and we'll mix it with our Corvus black, just to create a slightly lighter tone of it. Pin this down a little bit more. And we'll just sketch this along here. I think the main goal here is just pushing this in sort of triangular shapes towards the points where I want to emphasize that there are ripples in the flag. Oh, whoops. Accidentally just put a little bit on the white half. See if we can just clean that up. There we are, that's better. Your brother hates playing against movement shenanigans, so you specifically got two Hurricane carriers to fuck with him. Capricus. I mean, you play Eldar, don't you? It probably annoys the shit out of him. Just, he does anything to you. Okay, I move 6 inches. Or, alright, I'm gonna move up here. You can't overwatch me. I feel like the Eldar movement option, like the the agile maneuver that lets you just not get overwatched, is so funny. Genuinely one of the best things they have. Also, one thing I was surprised by, that I probably shouldn't have been surprised by, but I thought that the Wraith Knights were really bad for how expensive they were. And they are. I feel like they could be better. But I never realized that they had the they have the Eldar army rule by default. It's not like it's not like all the other Wraith units where they don't have agile maneuvers. Wraith Knights just by default do have access to agile maneuvers. They're exempted from a few of them because they're Titanic, but even so, it's so good. I think if we, I think that's good for our forms on the dark side. We blend those together, I think that can come quite nicely. Play a small amount of Eldar, only ever stomped with them, so you don't touch them too much. Ah, I see. What do we do with the back of this, by the way? Do we make the back of this the same fabric split that we've got going on the front? Because this is fabric on the back here. Unless this is all our, this is all the metallic... Oh, actually, no, that's probably what it is. It's probably a thin metallic backing for the fabric, which is rested within, because there's no textural change between the side here and the back. So we'll probably just do all of that in the metallic and then get a little bit of shading around the bottom there to show the difference in texture. Yeah, that's probably how we'll do it. Now for our brighter bits, let's grab a bit of Corax white for the bright bits on the white half. Voten can also say no to Overwatch, telling of it makes it horrid, but yeah, no, the Eldar one is just so funny because it's just like, okay, I've decided that until the end, it's not even the end of this phase, it's until the end of this turn, you cannot Overwatch this guy. And so it just lets you walk a melee unit, it lets me, oh, who is it? Oh no, that's in the in the Crusade game, so it doesn't matter as much. But it just lets you like walk some Wraith Blades up and then charge them, like when you get to charge phase, without them getting shot at all in either phase. It's quite cringe. Okay, now this white section here, I'm probably going to need to thin this a decent bit to stop it from looking all streaky. And we want to keep like smooth flowing edges to this so that it doesn't, or so that it sort of looks like it is mirroring the shape of the flag. Okay, so this is going to be our brightest point up here where we're drawing this triangle. And then we'll have to blend it through from the surrounding areas. Hey, check, everyone. Hey, Gavin. Yeah, since this is the only true fabric piece on this mini, I do want to put the extra bit of effort into it to make it like stand out and look nice. And I mean, it's one of my Imperial Knights models. These are the ones that I put the most time into anyway. Coming along nicely. Yeah, I mean, the part where we're just blocking out the light and shadow is the easy part. The hard part will be actually blending it all together. That'll be the annoying bit. The nice thing about this is I can just sort of like try to draw a line from point A to point B, and my brush will find the contours of the flag on its own. So it sort of helps me find the bits that will be the bright points. Planning on doing proper gradients between the highlights or not bothering to be covered by stuff. I want to do at least some gradients. I don't know if I'm going to go all in on making it insane, but I do want to have a, I want to give it a shot. I want to see if I can get it smooth. Yeah, I think as far as our light and shadow, this is probably good enough distribution, and now it's going to be blending them together. We're going to use layer or contrast for the yellow. It's going to be contrast. That's what I'd done for all of the other yellows on this guy. It was just Flashgit's yellow. Wait, was it Flashgit's? No, it was Imperial Fist. Yeah, it was Imperial Fist. Flashgit's is a layer. Yeah. So we'll just want to make sure we get the transitions as smooth as possible, and then go over it with the contrast and try to keep it even. It's not as big of a panel as what we did with our fire prism the other day, so hopefully it won't be as painful. But our goal here is going to be we get ourselves a very, very watery section of Abaddon Black. Get rid of the worst of it. And let's just see if we can... pull this through. I think I need a little bit more moisture on the brush. Like this, and just see if we can pull it up and... Oh, I need way more moisture actually. Yeah, the way I'm meant to do this is going to need a very, very watery mixture. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to just drop the little water droplet on the transition between the colors. And this will probably be pretty slow going, but hopefully it works out the way I'm hoping it to. Yeah, let's see how that goes. And now we'll go over here to the same spot. Pull the black right to the edge of where we've sketched it. And just hope that it dries and sort of feathers out on its own, and then we'll come back through and fix it again. It's going to be a lot of back and forth, I think, to get this nice and smooth. I don't know how well it's going to work out. Four-way tie for third, pay to win stream. Yeah, I have no idea how it works. Like yesterday, didn't someone show up several hours in and immediately steal third place? Okay, so we'll let that dry. And now for our bright points, that's going to be just a little bit like this. I think what we're going to do is just sort of feather it up a little bit. Focus on feathering it up, and then we're going to come back through and feather through the middle with the pure Corvus black. I'm hoping that just if we rely a lot on the surface tension of the Oh my god, okay. Thank you for the $2, Bob. Is this really what we're resorting to? Actually paying to win just for the, to get the number next to your name? Is that what's going on? Is that worth it for you? Did that work? Is Bob third now? Bob is second now. Wow. YouTube is... Even past... yeah, man, YouTube is cheap. Well, okay, I guess maybe not cheap. YouTube is fickle. Was that worth it for you? Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna have to very thin down version of Corvus Black through the middle of that just to sort of feather it back again. I think this is going to be a big sort of game of just back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, not exactly certain if this is going to give the effect I want, but it's worth a try. I think it'll work. It'll just take some fiddling. I'm probably not going to go as hard on blends elsewhere on this guy. It's just, like I said, because it's the only flag on the model. I want to give it the love I can. Sadly, I have no skin in this fight. Now starts the bidding war. Please no. You fight first with your time and dedication. The respectable way to do so. Okay. Let's get a very thinned version of our Korax White. And just start feathering the edges of it out, and then we'll come back and feather it in again. There we are. That's just enough to get the little, actually no, I need a little bit more moisture. Because for this we want to have that little water bubble forming, I think. So that way I can just sit the water bubble on the very edge of where we have the, where I have the high point. And then as the paint, or as the water evaporates, it just sort of leaves the pigment behind. That's my thought process. Although for this bit, I still need to smooth out those sections where it's got a bit of texture left to it. So I guess we'll blend it together with the streaky bits, and then we'll maybe use the grey sear to blend it back in. Yeah, I reckon that's probably the way we should go about this. Because the texture is still very important. In fact, that's the bit that I always struggle with when I'm working with blends using whites, is the, I always get that really annoying texture. There was a risk streamer used to watch who initiated his own rank system before YouTube thought of it. It was actually kind of fun because regulars would compete against each other. It was far superior to the YouTube version. Yeah, if there was like an easy way to have like YouTube chat plugins and stuff, then I would be super into it, because I feel like it'd be a fun way to just get like the community involved. It's like watching league streamers making okay. I don't expect you guys to know this. If there's anyone who's like in the League of Legends space, you will probably know him. Kesha, EU West, the Nunu guy. He's fucking insane. Like actually insane. Not like great at the game, although he's good at the game as well. But like he is actually just a psychopath. But he'll have like things where people like, because I don't know exactly how it works, but Twitch has channel points. Again, don't really know how it works. But he'll like set a goal for a game while he's loading in, and then people will bet their channel points to see like whether they think he's going to meet the goal or not, and then he'll like bet against them with like offering like subs to the channel and stuff like that. And it just seems like a fun way to get people involved if you have like if people earn points from just being active in chat, and then they can bet those against each other or just do things with them. Everyone used to do a point system on Twitch when you still streamed. You could gamble with points and buy rewards with them. Right, yeah. I lost you at LOL. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Gamer who is a psycho? Never. Oh, no. Gavin. Like, I know you're like, I know what you're saying. You would be astonished. I know you think that you can't be surprised. You would be astonished. Didn't even acknowledge what you said about League 4 minutes ago. Hang on, where was it? Oh, yeah. Okay, that was... Okay, I missed it because you said it like right before Bob donated and I got jump scared by my sound effect. Imagine top laning with Warwick in League. Yeah, I'm scum. I have like... I think I'm at 400,000 points of Warwick top. It's so gross. It's so fun though. Yeah, no, I am scum. I play Warwick top and Shaco support and AP Nunu jungle. I deserve to be shot. You're not astonished that a gamer is a psycho. You're guessing. I think of the degree of his psychopathy or psychopathy. Yeah, no. He is unhinged. Okay, we mark out our bright points. That should be good. And then... I'll pull that in a little bit further, push that up there. Yeah, I think that's going to be our brightest point there. Okay, now when we let that dry, we can probably come back over to the black side of it and just see if we can blend it back through again. So we're going to go from the pure Corvus black this time. So just going to pick up a decent bit of water, pop it on the wet palette there, and really thin down the Corvus black. Get nice and watery. We're just gonna dab it over the edge of the transition between the different brightness of the areas there. This one here is going to be the important one. We pull it away from the edge there because we want it to be a smoother transition along here. Yeah, we'll pull from the light side onto the dark section and let it dry like that. Actually, no. Because the light side tends to stain a little bit more than the darker sections do. So we probably want to have it thicker over the bit where the stain line is. Can I happily say you've never played League in your life? Yeah, like, it's not a bad game, but the community sucks, and it is impossible to get into as a new player, because there's just so much, like, it is such a content-dense game at this point, that it is a nightmare to learn as a new player. Like, if you try to get into the game, it just sucks. Everyone is toxic as hell, and the game does a terrible job of teaching you how to play it. Like, the only way, realistically, to get to learn League nowadays is have friends who have already been playing the game for years and know how it works. So that they can teach you. Because the game does not tell you how it works. You made to play it and you messed up the minion killing times and got bored. Yeah, like there are so many, like, there are so many, I guess, mechanics that are background to the game. Like, you won't even notice what you're doing wrong. You'll just lose and you won't know why. And it's, yeah, it's just, it is a pain in the ass to get into as a new player. Like, when you've been playing it for a long time, it's fun. I like fun. Sometimes. It depends on your mentality. I don't get angry at games that often. It's like, it's hard to make me angry at games, so I can enjoy League even when I'm not having a good game. Like, at worst, I'll just get to the end and I'll be like, oh, okay, that was a bit shit. So for me, it's fine. But yeah, for, like, if you're looking for a competitive game to get into, that is not the one for you. It is not worth the time investment. When they created the game, did they intentionally think of a game that would have LOL as an acronym? Potentially. Like, it was made by a few indie devs who split off from a big company. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought that having LOL as an acronym would be funny. Of course, it is no longer a small indie game, and it's riddled with problems that probably could be fixed by the enormous budget that they have. But when it was originally made, it was an indie game. So, like, yeah, the name could have just been some guys going, haha, funny. Also because it was made in 2010, when LOL was, like, that was, like, hip and cool. Like, before it just became generic internet lingo. I think these transitions are actually coming up quite nicely. I wasn't really paying too much attention to them, but when I like look back up towards the top of the flag, it's starting to look pretty smooth, like especially along here. It's looking quite nice. I think I still need to work at this bit up here. This is still a bit gross up here. But at least on the left-hand half of the flag, it's looking pretty good. I think the right-hand half of the flag will definitely be harder to pull off to the same level. But if we can get it looking good, then I'll be quite happy. Looks like none of them are looking at StarCraft 2 these days. It's completely unworth trying to get into it competitively. Oh, well, okay. In that regard, I would say that for things like StarCraft, the game is so old that it was solved like 10 years ago. The only people who play StarCraft are people who have made it their life's goal to just be the best. I would say that especially for things like RTSs, MOBAs aren't as bad, but RTSs are so difficult to get into, just because it comes down to a matter of APM and like people just they type to move. StarCraft at a competitive level, it's not about it's not about macro strategy. It's about who can pull off the correct build times the fastest. So it's like if you're a Zerg player, it's like, okay, I'm building drones. I'm building drones at 35 seconds into the game. I'm doing like I don't know what the actual timings are, but it's like knowing in the first 2 minutes the game is decided based on who has got the like faster base building happening, and then it's a matter of like, okay, I've made one Zergling. He is going to run into the enemy base and start biting the enemy workers while they're trying to harvest minerals so that I can try to get a few extra seconds on him. Like, StarCraft is unbelievably solved with a V. Like, it has been, yeah, people have figured that game out years ago. Arcane tricked so many people into playing League, the poor bastards. Yep, Arcane tricked my sister into playing League, and she hated every minute of it. Also because the friend group that she was playing with should not be playing competitive games. She, like, her friends, every time she's described it to me, her friends are like, they're people who are not good at games, but want to be good at games, and when they make mistakes, it's everyone's fault but their own. So it's just like, yeah, it's like people who think they're the best in the group, and then just blame everyone else for when things go wrong. So my sister had an awful experience with League of Legends. Like, when she started playing, I was like, are you sure? You're not going to enjoy this. And she's like, nah, it's fine. It was not fine. What you really mean is that there isn't as much money to be made in StarCraft as there used to be, so trying to get into it competitively is not worth the time or effort necessary to do so. It's not worth the time or effort like you put in to get into esports in general. Like, yes, at the very top end in some games, there are prize pools to be made, but esports in general is not sustainable. It's only kept afloat by like cryptocurrency, like crypto schemes. Pretty much just like all the sponsors are just people who are gambling off hype. They don't actually bring in the like the appropriate money to support all the players and that sort of thing. like in esports, the only people who actually make money off it are the people at the very, very top. And like your odds of getting there are so bad. Like I feel like I think the League of Legends North America teams are a great example of why esports suck, because North America is notorious in the League Pro scene for being the worst, and it's not just because their players suck. It's because there's a lot of money in the North American teams. And what happens is they'll get new players, and they'll bring in new players into their team, and they will give them a few games, and if they don't perform well in those few games, they kick them off, and then they replace them with an imported player who's retired from his home region. So they'll bring in like 5, 16, 17-year-old new talent, give them a few, like half a season to prove themselves. If they fuck up, they're out. We're bringing in the 33-year-old South Korean who's retired from his main team because he can't do it anymore. And so basically, yeah, NA just has a problem where they don't have any, they don't train their own talent. And that's just like, it just means that any young person in America who wants to become a league pro has to deal with the fact that even if they make it to a pro team, there's a big chance that they will just get dropped because they weren't performing at the highest level immediately. I think I fucked this up a little bit. I'm going to need to sort of work this back and forth a little bit to get it back to where I want it to be. I think I'm happy with this where it is. Maybe just push it back in a little bit. But yeah, I think I had it in a good spot and then I pushed it a little too much. In the meantime though, let's start just playing around with our other half. Give the left side some time to dry. And I'm probably going to have to push this down a decent bit. Gonna have to work our way into this darker patch. Slowly but surely. Not surprised by that fact though. Been on this planet a few years. People want return on their investment. If this is about the North America League esports thing I was talking about, I mean it is surprising because North America seems to be the only region that aggressively does that. Like, well, the only major region at least that aggressively does that. Like China and Europe, well, China and Western Europe, and then and Korea all seem to be very bought into nurturing their own talent and actually sort of training young players to be good at the game, whereas North America, all of the teams there don't give a fuck about training. They just want to hire the like they just want to hire a talent and have them immediately performing, and so they just don't have any form of like any sustainable form of player influx. And then all of their promising players who they end up dropping will just go to minor regions. Like, I'm pretty sure some of the Australian teams have American players who got dropped from their own teams. And then vice versa. What happens with the minor regions, like Australia, is any good young players, they will just get bought up by America and imported, because America, like the American teams, don't want to train their own people. Like, I don't know if it's still the case, but it was like, for a while, the best ADC in in the North American teams was an Australian. Waiting to see how Battlefield is looking post-launch. Love Battlefield 1, but everything since then has been terrible. Yeah, I hope Battlefield is good, just because I know that for a while, Battlefield has been in a little bit of a not great spot. Like, the new releases have just been pretty disappointing for a little while. But, yeah, it seems like people were really enjoying the Battlefield 6 beta. And yeah, like, I do have a soft spot for it because it was one of the it was one of my childhood first-person shooters. It was like Battlefield, Bad Company 2, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 were my they were my mainstays as a kid. Like, before I got Halo Reach, those were the shit. Well, maybe it was after I... Actually, were they before or after Halo Reach? I feel like they were slightly before, no? Maybe not. I don't know, it was a long time ago. Modern Warfare 2 was 2009. Okay, that must be... Is that the same year as Reach? Because Reach was 2009 or 2010, wasn't it? It was one of them. Very close to Reach's release, at least. .2010 Reach, as well as Bad Company 2? Right, okay. Yeah, well, in which case, those three were my my childhood first-person shooters. And probably, I'm going to say it now, those three are probably the best FPSs that I've played. They just are... I don't even know if... this could just be rose-tinted glasses, but I feel like they just defined the genre. At least the in the modern sense. I understand that boomer shooters like Doom, like old Doom and stuff, they were the ones that defined the genre. And then I guess things like Call of Duty World at War, like the older ones, probably they did a lot for it. But I feel like for the 2010s, those were the ones that really set everything up, and everything was trying to be was trying to be what they were. It was like in their franchises, they were the peak, and then it was like things were trying to replicate what they did. You agree with Reach, but you have to go with Battlefield 3. Yeah, unfortunately, I never had a computer that was good enough to run Battlefield 3, and I didn't have any of the later consoles to. Well, actually, it was probably on Xbox 360. I didn't have it on 360. And yeah, my computer wasn't good enough for Battlefield 3. Black Ops 1 and 2 are your main ones. Started with zombies, though. How fucked up is it that we're at, like, Black Ops 7 or something now? Like, how do we get here? What has happened to the gaming industry that the big Call of Duty releases are they are called Call of Duty Black Ops 7? Like, they couldn't come up with a new concept, or, like, they couldn't, like, push in a different direction, go for something, like... We just live in the era of IP. It's just, okay, people like this series. We are making only this series. We need a sequel for the sequel for the sequel for the sequel now, rather than like risking trying anything new and innovative. Black Ops went from once every 3 years to yearly now. Is that what happened? Is Call of Duty still like... Do they still have that thing where they flip-flop between an Infinity Ward game and a Treyarch game, or did they stop doing that ages ago? Every company you loved as a kid sucks buying now. Well, that's because like none of the companies that we liked like 10, 15 years ago are the same companies today. Like, the people that work there are completely different. The management is completely different. They've just been bought out by investors, and their job now is just to like make returns. And so they just bastardize all of the franchises that made them popular in the first place. Bethesda, stop holding Elder Scrolls 6 hostage. It's been 14 years. No, but they needed to put out Starfield. That was their magnum opus. They were working hard on Starfield for us. You gotta cut them some slack. Those procedurally generated planets, they took some time to get perfect. God, Starfield could have been such a great game, such a shame. Like, I don't know. I feel like the writing on the writing was on the wall for Bethesda when they released Fallout 4. Because that was like the first big release they had done in so long. Like, that was the first game they had released since Skyrim. And that was like, they released it, and it was clear that between Skyrim and Fallout 4, Bethesda had not innovated on the way they make games at all. It was the exact same, it was pretty much the exact same tech, it was the exact same, like, structure. Nothing had changed in their workflow or their design between those games. And it was just like, oh, okay. So Bethesda doesn't really, like, they haven't grown at all between these games. It just became sort of clear that they're not really a game dev company anymore. They're just a publisher. Oblivion Remaster was good. Yeah, Oblivion Remaster was good because it wasn't developed by Bethesda. Bethesda didn't make that game. That was a different company that Bethesda had remastered the game for them, and then they published it. That's why the Oblivion Remaster was good. If Bethesda had released that, it would be so atrocious. Well, okay, it probably wouldn't have been atrocious. It probably just would have been, rather than a remaster, it would have been a redux. It would have just been graphic upscale, but otherwise literally the exact same game. Whereas what they did with, like, the way that this company, like, they completely rebuilt the game. You're not defending Bethesda? Oh, yeah, no. I'm just saying that that's why the game was good, is because Bethesda didn't do it. It'll be about 16 years from Fallout 4 to 5. They've been on the same engine since Oblivion. Was Morrowind. Yeah, no. Like, the creation engine is an antique. And also, from everything I've heard, it sucks to work in as a dev. I think we're probably just about good for our blends on the flag here. It's just this little bit here that I want to get looking nice and smooth. Looks like there's a little bit of white pigment that's separated from the greys here, which is annoying. I might actually, just with our grey sear here, just pull a decent chunk of it up like this and let that dry, and then we'll have to sort of pull it back together again with our darker tone. I might actually as well just see if we can, with our very thinned down version of the Corax White, just see if we can build back up this bright point along here a tiny bit. Just this little wedge here. I think that'll be good. And we'll need to push that back again. But I think that getting this bright bit along here will do well for it. From what you heard, Bethesda got busy because they it got pissy because they took longer on Oblivion Remastered just to make glitches, make the glitches for Unreal 5. Oh, I have not heard that. If that's true, that's really funny. That's awesome. Like, that's the love that you want from a remaster. Preserve the issues from the original. Well, the fun ones at least, the iconic ones. I'm pretty happy with the blend on the dark side of it. And we're almost there with the right-hand side. I just need to let it dry so that I can keep playing around with it. This is the really annoying part, is I need to hold it in a certain position so that the wet patches don't move around while they evaporate. And I need to be patient so that I can go back and fix up the blends. It has been a long process with this, but hopefully it'll be worth it once we put the little bit of yellow contrast over the top, and then we'll be able to put a bit of matte varnish on it and start applying our decals. That's too thick there. There we are. That's a bit more liquidy. That's what we want. We just push that in a little bit like that and push that down from the top. Okay, and I think we just need to push it along like that. Just along a little angle along there will be good. I accidentally pushed a little bit of it onto our left half, so we'll see if we can just clean that up. Because I don't really want to have to come back through with my darker paints again. Yeah, there we are. That's good. Okay, I reckon this is probably good enough for me for the blends. Maybe just build a little bit more along this this ridge between the light and shadow there. And I think that will do it for us. Just let that dry, and I'm pretty happy with that. Maybe we push this down a little bit more. But it's come along pretty well. Again, not perfect on the right-hand side, but I think it's good enough. Like, the transitions are smooth enough that it's not disgusting. And I think once we get our decals and stuff going, it'll be good. And also the yellow contrast, once it goes over this, should help a little bit as well. Yeah, I'd say we let that dry and we'd be happy with it. Yeah, this line here is still pretty defined, but I think it's probably fine because it's gonna be, that's a more, like, it's marking a point where it does sort of dip back into the shadow a bit more. And yeah, again, the contrast hopefully should flatten that out a little bit. But let's see how we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom while we let that dry. Give me an excuse to walk away from this and not fuck it up. And then, yeah, when we come back, we'll pop the yellow contrast on that and then get ready to start applying some decals. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Also, while I was washing my hands, I just noticed that the dent that I put in my thumb from holding the banner is still there and a little bit sore. The one on my forefinger is not there anymore, but the one on my thumb I think is there to stay. Yeah, I think I've got a micro bruise there, so that's awesome. What did I make? Oh, did Gavin just get Mr. Handsed? Did you guys really just Mr. Hands him? Okay, let's moving on. Let's just let's put the contrast on, guys. You sure you aren't working on a Drukhari model? Yeah, you would be surprised. You would think so. But no. Could have been Goatsy. It could have been Goatsy. That is true. Doesn't make it okay. You'd be a little productive, you'll be lingering. Righto. Yeah. See, look, you scared him off, guys. You've made him realize he could be doing better things with his time than looking up Mr. Hands and Goatsy. Or Tub Girl, yep. Or Jar Squatter. Fucked up what our childhood consisted of. Just shock sites. Comparing whose state has a worse reputation. I see. Who the fuck calls it Jar Squatter? I called it Jar Squatter because I believe the place where I originally saw it was back when they were all on their own, like when they were on their own URLs, like you go to it, like Lemon Party, where it's just the URL for that one, when it was like, because there'd always be like those websites which just had, it was just like a link tree for all of the shock sites, and the one for One Guy, One Jar was called Jar Squatter on the one where I had originally seen it. So that's what it is immortalized in my memory as. Yeah, I'm probably going to need a second coat of this yellow just to help cover over the sections where you can see those harsher transitions between the shades. But I think this will be good. Yeah, I think one more coat of the yellow will make it look good. But it's contrast paint, so I must be patient. If I try to do anything with it, I will mess it up. But let's just see how it looks. Underneath the night. Yeah, no, I think this is good. And I do quite like the Corvus black adjacent to the darker knee pads and that sort of thing, because it is very distinctly a slightly different black. It's a little bit of a blue. It does feel more like heraldry this way, because you can sort of get the feeling of this is a different material. I like it. I think this will be good. Also, seeing as I'm using contrast, you can see why I didn't go for a pink base. Yeah, you see, if I used pink base for contrast, this shit would be orange. While we let this first coat dry, what we can do is we can decide on what decals we want to put on that, on this guy here, on this flag. What I am thinking of is we'll have a kill tally going down it. I don't know, I don't fully understand how the kill tallies are meant to work. I know that if we still had He Who Must Not Be Named, he'd be able to articulate the exact proper housely code in which you're meant to lay these out. But that's not happening, so we're gonna make it up. And so for this, I'm thinking we pull from here. I think these skulls are sized pretty well for it. And I think what we'll do is we'll do one row of, or we'll do 3 white skulls, 3 black skulls, and then grab from over here and do 2 more of the little ones below them. Or maybe we do 2 of the white one and then 1 of the black one to make it look uneven. I think that'll be a good way to go about it. I think that'll be fun. Let's do that. Yeah, I like that. Now, has this dried? Not quite. It's still a little bit damp. Have we got on the topic of France? Well, oh, it's just because I don't know the perfect house code or house chivalric way to compose Imperial Knight heraldry. But I remember when I was doing my first knight, he gave me incredibly specific directions on how to properly lay out the 4 quadrants of the shoulder pads. He was like, this one is the mechanicum, or this is the forge world it was made on. This one is the house symbols. This one is for battles it's competed in, and this one is for this. And it was like, oh, okay, cool, okay. Glad to have your direction, sir. You could search online. No, I can't be fucked to search online, Rebellion. What do I look like, a nerd? We make this shit up. Don't answer that question, by the way. Okay, yeah, 1 more coat of yellow, and then we'll be good to throw down our what's it called? Matte varnish before the man, I'm mind wiped. Matte varnish before we start doing the decals. Although actually, before I matte varnish it, I'll need to fix the edges of the trim there. So I don't want to have those little bits of white peeking through and immortalized underneath the varnish. truly going to steal my fingers. I've been handling that spike for hours and not a speck of paint has come off. Oh, I don't know why this is such a big issue for you. I don't know how you manage to strip paint with your fingertips. Like, are your hands just made of sandpaper? I wonder if maybe I just... a little bit more of the yellow along that divide there. Yeah, I reckon this will be good. Yeah, we'll let this dry. And then we should be chilling. My nerd says man who lives in the basement, spends thousands on anime figures and enjoys League of Legends. Look, I said don't answer. League being the worst defense by a mile. I have no defense. What am I, a nerd? Points to the display case of anime girls. Yeah, sorry, Technic. I didn't see the chat is moving too fast. It's not even moving that fast, I'm just splitting my attention. Okay. So let's fix up these bits of trim that have lost their metallic. Oh, did I just smear it with my thumb? There's a little bit of yellow on my thumb, but the it looks fine otherwise. I really should not be doing this to myself. This is a completely unnecessary detail to do the side of the trim here. And no one will notice if I don't do it, but I want to do it. In fact, doing this is probably going to make a mess because I'm going to get stuff on the flag. Like you can see it peeking through there, but I don't care. But this will be important to fix up on the other half of this flag, because the other half I did get a lot of white on the edge of the on the trim there. And so I would like to fix that, because that is going to be very noticeable. I think some parts of the trim here, where the edge of it is exposed, is really worth fixing. Like these bits where it's wider and tilted towards the outside. But the other bits where near the top that I was just doing probably aren't as important. But these bits near the bottom, I would say, are very important. And there are also parts of the trim on the top as well that probably will need a second coat. Also in the middle here, where there's the little cutout in the trim, I think that's going to be very important. Oh, is Cyrus still ahead of you? Cyrus was here hours in advance, that's why. he was there just popping off on his own, just going, yeah! You say it's your day off and you're bored. I just like that you were here before I had even woken up. I was asleep and you were waiting in the stream. XP doesn't start until the stream does, doesn't it? I thought I saw when you guys were talking. Oh, no, actually, no, you're probably right. But I wonder if it retroactively applies, like if it retroactively reads all the messages from before the stream starts or not. Got a notification, you're like, that's what I'm doing today? Well, good to know that the notifications are working, because I know that YouTube, oftentimes, its notification system will break. Or is this the Discord? It was YouTube? Okay. Yeah, I always make this mistake with this paint. that I'm using right now, because it's a really nice metallic, but since it's an air paint, I keep putting it on my wet palette and then being confused as to why it doesn't cover well. And it's like, oh, okay, it's just immediately getting diluted by the moisture. Yeah, unfortunately as well, because it's an air paint and it doesn't cover well, doing these bits that have got the white on them is not quite going the way I had planned. I'm remembering now that when I was doing my initial coats in this metallic, it needed a few to get a smooth finish. And yeah, right now all it's really doing is just putting the metallic flakes there without actually leaving any pigment. Although now I've just dropped a big blob there, and of course that's leaving a lot of pigment. And not where I want it. Urgh. That's not the worst. I can cope with that. The main thing is just getting rid of the super patchy looking bits. Like what we've got on the top edge here. There we are. I reckon I'm happy enough with that. So, now we can apply our matte varnish to it. And then while the matte varnish dries, we'll go and coat the back of it in our metallic trim color. And then we can get on to doing our first decals. 2.5 hours into the stream. Oh yeah! You know it's good when you finish the first piece 2.5 hours in. We haven't finished this piece though. We're about to start this piece. We're about to start putting the heraldry on it. All we've spent the first 2.5 hours on is doing a black stripe and a yellow stripe. Oh man, it's good to be back. This is why we paint Imperial Knights. This is the army that I like to spend an inordinate amount of time on doing nothing. Okay. That should be all of our matte varnish in place. So now we can flip this over. And while it dries, we can get to work just on coating this. This will probably need at least 2 coats to get smooth, because it is an air paint. So it's very thin, it's going to split. So first coat, let's just do for getting coverage and relatively smooth. We don't necessarily need it to be solid, we just don't want it to be too clumpy. Making a mansion out of popsicle sticks. Builders when you haven't finished the floor. I see. That sounds like fun. I don't really, I've never really done that sort of like very sort of craft heavy way of building things. It seems like a lot of fun. I don't have the patience for it. I prefer to be able to like see things come together quite quickly. I say as I spend 2.5 hours painting 2 stripes, but the thing is, like, at least when I'm working with colors, I can already see what the end product will be leaning towards. Whereas I feel like when you're physically building things, it's a little abstract for me to sort of visualize where I'm going. Let's force him to make and paint an Iron Warrior Stormblade tank. I have no idea what a Stormblade looks like, but I can guarantee you that the Cerastus Knight is more effort for me than any tank that I would do, because I'm putting the love into this. I would not put the love into into painting a tank. Ow! You don't know where it's from, but there was a Baneblade versus 3 Titans. Is it that clip from Kill Lupercal that was on YouTube where it shoots one of the Titans with a volcano cannon? Because I feel like GW have really been pushing Kill Lupercal hard on the YouTube shorts. I reckon this is coming up pretty well. So we set this down, let it dry, and let's start picking out what we want to do for our decals. Remind me. With microsol and microset, which one's first? Is it set and then sol? Is it apply set to the stuff on the sheet to soften it, and then pick it up, place it, and then sol? That's how that's the process, isn't it? Oh man, ow! I just straightened my arms and my elbow clicked in a really nasty way. Oh, that hurt. Not sure. I'm pretty sure it's set and then sol, because I remember, like, when I was learning how to do it, the names would suggest that you do sol and then set, but I remember being confused because it wasn't the way the way it sounds like it should be. Okay, so we want 6 skulls from here. Sol then set. Is it? I thought because one of these, because sol says, I guess, no, but set says on it decal remover. Like you, like, because sol you would expect to be the one to soften them, and then set the one to put them in place. Set solidifies everything. Okay. Maybe I am just remembering everything completely wrong. Maybe I was just confusing myself. Soften then set. Yeah, like that's the one that would make sense. I could have sworn when I did it, like I was confused because it wasn't the way it seemed like it should be. I'm probably just misremembering and wrong. It has been, I think, over a year since I have done, any decals. One sec, hang on. No, yeah, because I just quickly looked it up to check, and I feel like people are saying micro set first. One sec. Where is it? If we go here. It's sol then set? Okay. I've just confused the shit out of myself then. I probably should have done a gloss varnish rather than a matte varnish now that I think about it, but it is what it is. We'll figure it out. When Gene Stealer Titan? It's not happening. Hang on. No, yeah, everything I'm seeing says it's micro soul second. It's micro set to help, it softens it and positions it, and then micro soul makes it conform, and then sticking. Um, yeah, so set softens it and then gives it stickiness, and then you put it where you want it to be, and then soul makes it mold around the thing. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I just this confuses the shit out of me. Okay. Yeah, sorry I went quiet there. I was I was deep in research. Okay, let's get a brush that I am not too concerned about. And so we start with the set. I should get some tweezers out before I start doing this as well. Oh boy, I forgot that these chemicals have got some smell to them. Where are my tweezers? Uh-oh. What have I done with them? No idea what I've done with my tweezers, so... That's gonna be awkward. Do I have something with a relatively precise point that isn't going to tear the shit out of my stuff? This should work. I'll at least be able to push it around with this, because I can't find my tweezers. Okay. Let's get some micro set and just start on our first things here. Just let that soften, and I will apply a little bit to the section where I'm going to put my first skull as well, because it does improve adhesion. Because this is the micro set is the medium that makes it stick, but the micro sole is really what makes it sort of deform nicely. Okay, that should be softened nicely. I'm going to put the lid back on that, and I'm going to open the sole, clean the brush. And let's see how we go. Let's just see if we're able to... Maybe I didn't soften these for long enough. Let's just try a little bit of micro salt on it as well. Maybe that'll help soften it further. Man, it has been way too long since I have worked with decals. Oh, it's starting to move, I think. I do seem to recall as well a good strategy for this was letting the decal sheet sit in your wet palette. I might actually... What I'll do is while I let that first one, bathe in all kinds of nasty chemicals, I'm just going to cut the rest of them away and then just have them sit on my wet palette to soften. I hope I didn't just accidentally cut a little bit off that skull. I nearly did. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, the rest of these guys can just sit on the sponge on my wet palette. There we are. Okay, it's actually softened now. It's starting to move. See if I can just pull the focus up to where we're actually working and just see if I can gently pull that up here. Onto there. And now that it's on there, we'll apply a little bit of the micro sol, which should soften it for molding to the shape of the banner. And now we just push it around until we're happy with its angle. I think maybe we pull it a little closer to the middle. I think I like that. It's not crooked, is it? I think it's pretty good. Maybe, oh, I think it's actually a little crooked on the bottom. And don't know if we then hit it with the set again just to stick it, or if we leave it be, let it dry, and then varnish over the top. This could ruin it, what I'm doing right now. But we'll see. Just dabbing little bits of the micro set on top. But in any case, I'm happy with the position of that one, so we'll leave him be, and now we will do one of the skulls on the other side to match. I don't know if we're going to do just skulls on this, or if we want to go a little further and get some other details. I feel like having some other details to accent the skulls could be nice. So pick up some micro set, dab that on there, and it's already trying to move, so we're looking pretty good. Put a little bit of micro set on the spot where you want to put him. It's stuck to my finger. This is annoying because I need to have it like in contact with the surface so that it doesn't flip while I'm transferring it. It's the scary part of doing transfers. There we are. And then we just pull that one away. Just throwing that little bit in the bin. And so now we clean off the brush, dry it, grab the micro sole, and then put a little bit on top to help it conform. And then we just see if we can drag it into the spot we want it. I think the coat of varnish we do at the end will be very important for, especially with the white ones, getting rid of the little halo it has around it. Because it's especially noticeable on the white transfer, but they always have a tiny little halo around them just because that's how they sort of hold together on the transfer sheet. I think this will be quite good. It's just slightly lopsided, I think. A little bit further up and to the right, and I think adjust the angle of the chin. I think these black ones might have a slightly smaller forehead now that I'm looking at them. There, that's good. That is the positioning we want. You can't be a nerd for a bit again. Right, welcome back, Gavin. Yeah, you've come back at the at one of the slightly more entertaining parts, at least. Actually doing interesting stuff now rather than just painting a stripe. I don't know, I just picked up a bunch of micro sole. We want the set here to seal it in. Black one has a 4-head, white one has an 8-head. It does appear that way. Okay, let's dab a little bit of a set on top of it there. think that's looking pretty good though. So now we can go and grab another one of the ones from the palette. And just continue expanding it down. Probably don't need to cut up this this section of the transfer sheet anymore. I can probably just afford to hold them here. Get some chemical on there. Oh yeah, they're all plenty softened at this point. I just need to be careful not to flip them as they go from the sheet to the model. Yeah, and so it's not really molding just yet either. It is kind of floating in the gap there. You can actually see the flat of it floating there. So we will need to see if we can just soften it down to the microsole. What do we think for spacing? I reckon this sort of spacing is probably pretty good. But if we go slightly larger spacing, we might be able to do something like put smaller symbols in between them. Wish you had my patience spacing-wise, that's fine. Yeah, I reckon this is probably good because we do still have space to potentially put additional symbols in between the skulls if we get to the end of the skull list and think it's still lacking. Yeah, I reckon this will be fine. And yeah, I don't think this necessarily is a huge test of patience. This is satisfying because it's it gives a lot, like it does a lot for the aesthetic with relatively little effort. Some of the other stuff, like working on the shade, like the tones of the shading for the yellow, that was a test of my patience, but I reckon this is probably pretty pretty fine in terms of the amount of like in terms of reward for effort put in. I'd say this is pretty good. I'm glad that these transfers are nice and small as well, because my traumatic transfer event was trying to do the chain transfers that come with Canis Rex on my Big Knight, and they're really long and weirdly shaped, and so they tear easily and they fold over themselves and they flip over. That was nightmarish. These ones, thankfully, are pretty chill. Oop, nearly just flipped that one over. Having such a kind of a time to getting your first highlight to thin, right? Yeah, depending on the color you're working with, it is fucked. Because like you're treading the line between this is pure water and this is chalk. I feel like when you're trying, like, so many colors are like, it's just a nightmare. A smidge bit water now, bit more water now, it's 90% water and doesn't cover. A bit more paint now, it's solid. Yeah, it's either chalk or water and there's no in between. Uh-oh. This appears to have grabbed quite low down. Let's put a little bit of water on it, see if I can just cause it to move. Ah, yeah, there we are. Just a little nervous that I'm going to flip up a section of it while I'm sliding it around now. I think it's got a little bit of grab on the flag. So if I'm not careful, it might just flip over while I push it. This is almost in position. Again, I'm having that... I don't know if it's real or if it's just like a an optical illusion, but the black skull feels a lot smaller than the white one. I think what it is it's the halo being visible on the white skull against the black backdrop that's making them feel like they're different sizes. But that should all get fixed up once we're finished with them, and we just go over it all with the with a matte varnish. That should eliminate the light reflecting off the or refracting off the halo around the decals. I reckon that's pretty good there. So now, one more of each of these skulls, and then we can potentially do some like some smaller skulls down the bottom, or some other decals to space in between them. You know, fuck it. Let's speed this along. We've got both skulls here ready to go. Let's just position them both at the same time. What's the worst that could happen? There's our first one, and our second one, and now we should just be able to pull the sheet away. Please. This is the part where you're meant to transfer. There we are. Okay. And now we get our solvent. Soften them up, and then pick up the excess. Oh, hang on. Actually, no, I need more of the micro set to keep them soft because they're immediately grabbing. To answer my question from just a second ago, what's the worst that could happen? Worst that could happen is both of them adhere to the complete wrong spot. And then I end up having to redo it. There, I've got enough chemical on them that I should just be able to drag them around. Yeah, there we are. That's better. There we are. little higher up here. Turn the chin inwards. Head needs to come in. I think that's looking pretty good. I think this guy might need to go that way a little bit, but otherwise it's looking pretty clean, I reckon. Oh yeah, his chin needs to tilt outwards a little as well. Head like that, and chin out like that. No, his chin's a little too far out now. It's nice having the angle of the camera to look up at, because it sees it from a slightly different angle than what I've got on it. So I can sort of check how it looks from two different angles without having to move around too much. It's looking pretty good to me. So I think now what we do, we let those ones sit there and hopefully set in place. I'm actually gonna, just with a dry paintbrush, just come through and try to pick up any remaining chemical that may have just wicked off and is floating around in here. And might just cause them to float around. Yeah, we'll let them sit. And let's pick out a couple more transfers to go. So what I'm thinking is some smaller skulls below. Maybe 2 small white skulls, 1 small black skull. And then potentially some other transfers floating in between the skulls. We'll see though. I do like the idea of having some smaller skulls in any case. I don't think this sheet offers the smaller skull transfers that we're chasing. No. Although, these little chevrons are nice. Are there black chevrons that I can get? If there are black chevrons, then I might grab a couple of these. Just check my other transfer sheets, see what we can come across. Some sick patterns on there though. Yeah, no, there's a lot of really neat ones on here. I've been amassing transfer sheets for a long time. Okay, so we've got some small skulls here, so we will be using these. I'm not seeing... Oh, we do have black chevrons. Okay. Oh, we've got little ones as well. Actually, I think we'll probably steal some of the little chevrons. I think they'll do nicely. I think maybe what we do is we dot a small chevron between each skull. I think that'll be good. Maybe, do we do above or just in between? We could do, if we're doing between each skull, or just between each main or each large skull. So that would just be 2 small chevrons of each color. Let's go with that. So 2 small black chevrons, 2 small white chevrons, and then we'll grab 2 small white skulls and 1 small black skull. That's going to be our shopping list for now. Do I use custom decals? All the ones that I have are just looted from the different I say looted. All of these are just the Warhammer ones. I do have a couple of sheets of decals from Green Stuff World, although I haven't used any from them yet. There are a couple on there that I do want to use on this night. Specifically, their stag skulls. I think that they are quite cool, and I think they're low-key enough that they won't conflict too much with, like, they're simple enough that they won't conflict too much with the Iron Warrior aesthetic, and then I'll be able to give a little bit of personality to the Night House itself, because the Night Warriors don't really have enough of an aesthetic of their own to, like, in terms of heraldry, to really carry an Imperial Knight. So there's our black chevrons. We'll set them down on our wet palette to soften. And then we'll get our white chevron, or chevrons. Freehand and be a man. I do freehand some stuff, but I haven't done decals in a long time. And I feel like there's something to be said about, like, when you've got the Knight Heraldry with lots of identical little neat shapes. I think that there is a time and place for decals. And the nice thing about them is you don't run the risk of completely ruining your really nice, smooth paint job underneath. So we've got the chevrons, now we just need the small skulls. Freehand them and suffer the way you suffered. I've done enough of that. We don't need to act like I have not been in the salt mines. I have been I have freehanded all of my other knight stuff up until, actually not all of it. I've done a little bit of stuff on one of the shoulders of my my first knight, but I have freehanded so much shit. We cannot forget the World Eater's Night, where I painted like 300 tiny little bloody handprints on that thing. I have been in the mines. Okay, and so we want one small black skull. And 2 small white skulls. There we are. We'll set that down over here as well. Let it start softening. And we should be able to start getting our chevrons ready to apply. The one thing I will need to be careful about with the chevrons will just be making sure I don't accidentally displace the skulls that I'll be putting them between. Now, the black chevrons were the first ones that I set aside to soften, so they should be ready first. Let's see how we went. How am I going to put these on without disturbing the other decals? I really should have done this in a separate layer. And it's not too late to turn back, but I'm lazy as hell, so we're just gonna go for it. So let's just see if we can drag that one over there. Please don't flip over. Okay, okay. Good start. The transfer sheet is stuck to my fingers. Got rid of it. Cool. And now we just spin him around. I reckon I'll need to use the little metal point to push it into position. I like how this looks. It's not perfectly straight, so we'll need to fiddle around with it a little bit. But I like what we've got going here. Let's get a little bit of our micro set on, or micro sole on there. Now I should just be able to make sure it's nice and flattened. What do we think? I think that's perfect. Right where it is there. Maybe it needs to slide down a tiny bit. Oh. Uh-oh. Please don't tell me I just deformed the top of it there. Nah, I like that. Okay, we need to stop touching it. That's a good first one. Oh. So now you can get the second chevron. I don't know why I'm calling these chevrons, they're diamonds. Coming along nicely. Yeah, we're getting there, slowly. It's coming together. I think this is the first time I've done like proper knight heraldry with like kill tallies and stuff, so it's fun. And it makes sense to do it for the Iron Warriors themed one because like Iron Warriors are very pragmatic. I think we just set that one in position quite easily. I think that's right where we want that one to be. Oh, actually, maybe it's a little too far out to the side. I think we want it to go in a little bit. Up. Is that good? I think the head and the tail aren't quite aligned. I think the head needs to go slightly inwards, like that. And the tail slightly out. Yeah, I reckon that's pretty good. And now we can do the white ones. And then we'll move on to the small skulls. Although this one does not want to move. Does not bode well. I might need to drag it off with the metal spike. No, it is just stuck there. Did I not soften these ones? Seems like I may not have actually softened them at all. I thought I did. There we are, the top one's moving now. And then the second one will hopefully be softened by the time we get to it. Hopefully it doesn't stick to my thumb here, because it's right underneath my thumb. Uh-oh. Okay, we're in danger. I believe it has flipped. So the underside is currently the side that is stuck to the base of my... Well, that is currently stuck to the bristles of my paintbrush. So the way we'll need to do this is we will need to drag it off. Like lead with the tail of the diamond. Like that, and turn the brush. Okay. Safe. Now I just need to not disturb the skull while we slide it into position. And since this is on a bent part of the model, we'll want to apply some more microsol sparingly so that we don't interfere with the skulls. Just to help it deform into the contours of the flag there. Now that it's softening, we should just be able to push on the middle of it with our metal spike. And then just push them into position. Just about there. Just need to get the tail in line. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, I reckon. Now we can do the second one. Actually, it might be sitting down a little low. I reckon that's better for height. There we are. Yeah, I like that. I just need to be careful not to deform the corners of these, because I have noticed when I'm playing around with them, sometimes I do very slightly dent them, which is not what we want. Okay. And then just drag that one down like that, nice and easy. Just lost my my brush under my desk somewhere. Just rolled off the table and I failed to catch it. I think we just accidentally put that in the perfect spot immediately. Okay, retrieved the brush. So now we should just dab a little bit of our micro sol on it, just so that it can deform a little bit. But I'm pretty happy with that. So let's move on to the little skulls now. Ow, just keep stabbing my thumb with these bloody spikes. But it's just the best spot to hold on to it because it doesn't try to kick out of my grip when I apply pressure. Okay, let's start with the black skull. How's it looking? Not quite fully softened yet. Blood for the blood god. Thankfully not. We have had a history of drawing blood on stream. But none today. This does not want to move. Uh-oh. Why do they always land face down? Oh, and now it's face down on top of another transfer. Just one more barb launcher really needing the base coat. Yeah, oh, man. Surely, okay, it's finally softened enough to move. There we are. Come on, please transfer. Oh, come on. It started to move and then it reattached to the sheet. There we are. And I didn't just fold over its chin, did I? I don't think I did, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I might have. Number one again, baby. He's back in the game. Iron Warrior Knight goes hard as fuck. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it looks now that I've fixed the color of the armor panels. because when I initially painted it, I just used lead belcher like a fool, and it just did not look Iron Warriors in the slightest. And so I just put off working on it for ages because I wasn't happy with it. But yeah, I finally got around to fixing the color of the armor panels. And like, I'm really happy with it now. I think what we do is we separate the little skulls from the big ones marginally. So a slightly bigger gap than we have for the other ones. So that they sort of visually read as different, or as having different meaning on the banner. Decals are the bane of your existence. You prefer that new decal stamp stuff so much easier for you? What do you mean decal stamp stuff? I have not heard of this. And also, decals, I have a very traumatic reaction to. They, I don't enjoy the idea of working with them. But I think for small, relatively round ones like these, they're fine. It's just when you get to really large ones, or really long ones, or ones that are weird shapes so they can deform and sort of fold over on themselves, that's when it's really annoying. But with pretty round ones, they're fine. Maybe what we do is we drop these smaller skulls down a tad, so they're in like a separate region of the... Oh god. Speaking of the decal deforming, I just saw his bottom teeth fold over. Okay, I think I saved it, so can't really push him down any lower, he'll fold over himself. But we will have these sit in a lower region, and then I might also use a different decal, like a horizontal line or something, a short horizontal line on each side to properly separate them. I don't know what these represent, but they represent something. And if we make them distinct from the ones up above, then Ugh. Yeah, his teeth are really trying to fold over. Oh no. Why did I have to talk so much about how decals aren't that bad? I just tore his fucking bottom jaw. I softened it too much. Okay, this one's a bust. We need a new small black skull. We were going so well, and then I just started having to talk smack about how decals are fine. There's nothing wrong with them. They aren't what they're all cracked up to be. Well, let's go over to the white skulls first. We'll get them right, and then we'll come back and put the black skull on it. I'm not sure if you can post a link here, but if you look up Goblin Hobbies, they have a stamping system for decals. It's paint, not like a traditional decal. Right, okay. I might check them out later on. As having other options for transfers is always appreciated. Because if there's a semi-complicated design that you want to spam all over something, transfers are very nice for it. These skulls do not want to move off this transfer sheet, and it is infuriating. Oh, did I just damage his head? Should preface this with, despite the name, you're not affiliated. I see. That thought did cross my mind. I was like, huh. Okay, we've got one transferred over. And I'm going to set this back over on my wet palette for the other one to hopefully continue to soften. And we'll see if we can get this one into position without destroying it like the previous one. Why are randoms in Space Marine 2 actually so shit? Because Mac, they're probably single dads who have just gotten home from a long day at work. They just want to hop in and play a couple of games of Space Marine before they have to go to bed at 8 PM or something, or go to bed at like 10 so before they get up at 4:30 tomorrow morning to to go to work. Gotta respect, you gotta cut some slack for the dad gamers. Really out here copying your homework? What do you mean? The Prestige 4. Okay. I can't defend the Prestige 4. Okay, let's see. Oh, shit. I just tried to pick it up off the wet palette, and it just immediately floated from the from the transfer to my finger. Look what he said, hi in chat. Oh, hang on. Been using a tiny detail brush that cost you £4 to do at least 25 minis. I'm using most Feathered Knight, so not a bad deal having the new one for a few weeks. That one? Hang on. Hang on. Wait, okay, hang on. I need to get this off my finger rather than go running through chat to find what you said. This takes precedence at the moment. I can just scoop this underneath, pick it up, and then potentially just lay it back out. Okay, so I need to hold him here. Hey, I think we saved him. The one before the homework message. Rip. Keep it and cover it with battle damage. I've lost the context, I'm sorry. Oh, link in bio? I see. No, yeah, sorry. I got lost. Yeah, let's see if we can save this skull. Need to rotate him around without tearing the bottom jaw or the eye sockets. And these ones we can probably afford to pack them closer together. Like that. And then get the micro style on it, just to help plaster it to the model. And now we need to get ourselves another small black skull, which are a relatively limited commodity. I don't have many of them. I'm gonna get a decent chunk of just free space above it as well, so that I have something to hold on to while I transfer it. There we are. And let that one start softening. Oh, just dropped it face down on my wet palette again. And let's find something that we can use as a dividing line between the big skulls and the small skulls. Again, we need something that's available in both black and white. Preferably some kind of small line or something. Needs to be quite small. Hazard on hazards, of course. I don't know about that. I don't think I need to torment myself with that much effort. Needs to be really small. I haven't given myself much space to work with. And I think these lines here, even if I take a section of them, they're not quite the same as these lines here. It's either that or I have the option of leaving them as is, but I don't think I like it like that. I have left space to put something there. Maybe something from the chaos section. Grab some relatively unassuming looking chaos symbols. Maybe this one that looks kind of like an axe. Is it the right sort of size or is it too big? It might be a little too big. Oh, there's a smaller version over here with the Iron Warrior stuff. But not a white version of it. Huh. Okay, I have a plan. And I don't think it's gonna work out well. See, whenever someone says, I have a plan, you need to be worried. Especially if that someone is me. So the section that we're gonna want... Let's zoom this out a little so you can see what I'm doing. Villager noises. So I'm gonna grab this section here. Just one of these little black stripes. Just realized that these are literally hazard stripes that I could be using elsewhere. But now I can have a look and see how much of this we're going to need. So how long is this? I think if we just cut the beveled edges off both sides of it, I'll zoom us back in because I don't need the wide angle anymore. But if I cut the beveled ends off, so it's just a flat bar, then that should be the appropriate size. And then from there, we just need to cut out a section of this white one over here to match, because I think in thickness that white bar is the same. So that being the case, the only annoying bit will then be getting this to... Just dropped the bit I was working on. Classic. It'll just be cutting this without ruining it. What other models have I that came with this one? So this model came alone. It was a standalone box. But in terms of models for Imperial Knights that are yet to build, or yet to be painted, I guess to build as well. I have two more Armiger Warglaive, or sorry, two more Armigers, so it'll be one Warglaive, one Helverin. I've got one Questoris, and then I've got another Arcastus, oh sorry, another Cerastus like this, but it's the Lancer instead of the Acheron. And then I've got an Arcastus Porphyrion over in the next room. And then knights in general beyond that, I've got the remainders of the Chaos Knight Hound Pack Lance, which is 7 War Dogs total. I've got 1 built and half painted. The rest are unbuilt. And then Imperial Knights that I have finished are 1 Knight Errant, so Questoris, and then 2 Armigers, 1 Warglaive, 1 Helverin. I think that's all I've done for my Imperial Knights. Felt like I had a lot more, but I guess not. Wait, do I not have more than that? Don't think so. Man, I've been slacking. Okay, so now we'll have this start softening. And while it is softening, we'll measure how long it is so that we know what size section we need to cut out of the white one. So if I put that there, 4.5 millimeters, I think. What does that look like from above? I get that in focus. Is that 4 or 5 mil? I can't quite tell. I think that's 4 mil. Yeah, it doesn't quite make it to the 5. Do I not have more than that? Am I slacking after listening to 1,000 Knights? No, but as in, I've only got 3 Imperial Knights that are built and painted. Like, is that not slacking off? Yeah, get that back in focus. Not as many as you. You have Titans, yeah. No, no one is going to be able to compete with you, Silver. you are compete like you are in a different space. This is a different realm. Okay, I think that's transferred. So now just pick up the bit of paper. Just want to get this back in focus. There we go, that's good. So now I just pull away the transfer paper. Get rid of that shit. And now we need to slide this into position, hopefully without tearing it or folding it over itself. And this will be very painful because it is a long, thin transfer and they suck. Okay, we'll just get some more micro set on it to soften it a bit. And let's see if we can just drag it. I think that'll be good. We just need to get the white one to mirror it on the other side now. Just going to get a little bit of micro sol to help deform it, because I think it's not quite sitting, it's not quite plastering down onto the model. It's just kind of floating a little bit. Want to get rid of any air bubbles underneath it. No, it takes me 20 streams to paint a miniature. True. We take our time out here. Uh-oh. Okay, I nearly messed up the positioning, but we're fine. We're safe. Okay, so now we can do the skull transfer, which I nearly forgot about. It's been sitting for a long time, and if I forget about... Oh my, it is actually just floating around. I need to be really careful with this one, because it might have soaked too long, and it might just disintegrate the second I touch it. Oh, God. It's right here. It's gonna be stuck to the table when I lift this up. I know it. Oh, it didn't stick to the table. We're safe. Okay, now how do we transfer this without losing it? Place it like that. I know you can't see anything here, but this is a delicate operation. There we are. Oh, it's immediately stuck. Can we soften it without causing it to break apart? It does not want to move. There we are, it's pretty good. I just don't want to touch the eye sockets or the jaw, because I have a feeling if I do so, it will disintegrate. Then a little bit of microsol, just to help it take shape. Just like that. And then just re-angle it because his bottom jaw tilted a little bit. Oh, he's disintegrating. Fuck. Yeah, I think his left eye socket is starting to break apart. Yeah, I think that's good. We leave him there and let him set. Wait, no, he's still a little too low down. Yeah, I like that. I think that's good. I think that's fine. Now I just need to get the little bar to go across there, and then we can varnish over this, and we are done with that piece. So for this, we'll need to cut out the bar that we need. So it needs to be 4 mil long. I don't know how I'm going to measure this. Let's move our chemicals out of the way so we don't accidentally knock them over. I think what we'll need to do is I'll need to fold this in half. Actually, what I'll probably do is if I'll get the table back in focus, because we need to take 4 millimeters out of this thin bar here. So I'm going to cut along here, but not all the way. Just cutting enough that I'm able to fold this out of the way. And now our goal is going to be come over here. Line this up with 5 mil mark there. And then that should be our 4 mil mark there. That is the 4 mil that I've got my knife on, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's hard to tell with the angle. So now if I just stamp through like that. Okay, so I should be able to cut through and get one section of it. Hopefully that'll do it. Oh, don't lose it. Yeah, I think this should be the right size. So now if I come over here, grab that. Ugh. It's such a small section of transfer paper. I cannot wield it. Let's see if it sits in the position we want it to be in. Manage to talk yourself off the ledge and not buy a bunch of, or order a bunch of magic cards off eBay. That is probably for the best. But I also say this as someone who doesn't play card games, so I'm sort of biased against them. Yeah, that looks like that'll be the right size there. Yesterday you got all the new streaming gear for your channel. 2 new cameras, new lighting, new sound mixing board, tripod mount for your cameras. Oh, nice. Okay. So let's soften this one up. So we'll soak the paper underneath with water, because that's basically what happens when I sit it in the wet palette. And then we'll wick away the paper on top, and then put our micro set on it to get that to work. Okay, yeah, I can feel the paper starting to soften, so we should now be able to transfer it. Hopefully. Like that. Please do not deform the skulls that are already underneath. That would not be ideal. I'm just gonna grab the corner of the transfer paper, pull it back to the ledge here so that I can grab that with my thumb. This hasn't quite softened enough yet. There should come a moment where it just lifts though. Just not sure when that moment will be. Oh, there we are. It's starting to shift now a little bit. There we are. That's lifted. Just like that. Gonna start streaming more, try to get some more subscribers. Dealers, once you hit 10k, he'll do a non-stop Titan build and paint on stream. That will be a long one. Be very cool to see though. Ugh. Please let go of the transfer paper. Please. Please. You don't need it anymore. Thank you. Okay, and now we just need to pull this into position. Transfer's got all crumpled up. Oof. Yeah, I've got a plastic sleeve that I keep all of my transfer sheets in. Right, you're heading out later, everyone? Right, I'll catch you later, Rebellion. Have a good one, mate. Hey. This is awkward. I'm now finding out that this white one is thicker than the black one, first of all. And it's slightly too long, I think. So I believe that there are 2 operations which I'm going to have to carry out now. And I don't know how well they're going to work. So first up, we're going to get the micro soul, soften the shit out of this. Get it to sit in position. And then while it's nice and soft, we're going to just very gently see if I can slice away the pieces we don't like. Can fix it in post-production, paint over it with black to slim the white one. That does seem like a sensible way of doing it. At least for the bit that's hanging over onto the trim though, I think what I can do is, while it's nice and soft right now, is I can plant the tip of my blade in the recess of the trim and then just stamp it through like that. And then we've gotten rid of that part. Honestly, I think it might be doable elsewhere as well. If I'm careful, I won't damage the paint. That's what we tell ourselves. From further away, it looks fine. Yeah. Unfortunately, I know it's there. Don't damage your hands either. Yeah. I'm being very gentle, so I shouldn't end up cutting myself. Stream has been paused for like 2 minutes. That I was very very concentrated. I don't blame you. It does happen. Okay. Just like that. And I should now be able to lift this up. You should be a surgeon. Mate, do you see the shakiness in my hands here? I will kill my patients if I become a surgeon. Okay. It's not perfect, but I reckon it's good enough for me. Yeah, there's a tiny little bit of feathering happening, but that's the sort of thing that I'm happy to just clean up with some paint if it really shits me off. What are the bottles I'm using for the transfers? They are Microsol and Microset. They're the chemical that everyone suggests you use, yeah. I won't claim to have any expert advice on why these are the best ones. I bought these a couple of years ago because I saw that's what everyone said to use, and it's just what I've had. I've barely used any of them. They'll probably last me my entire lifetime, but works pretty well. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the transfers are looking on that at the moment. They look a little like they have that shitty transfer look where you can see the halos on some of them and how they're shiny only on them. So now what we're going to do is I'm just going to clean my brush, completely dry it out, and then just use it to wick up all the excess chemical that's there. And now we'll just go over all of this with our matte varnish. And that should hopefully flatten out that shitty decal look. Yeah, I feel like the second the varnish goes over them, and you no longer get that really slight haloing happening, and you no longer get the selective sheen, it's looking so much better. Gonna go slave away for 10 minutes, finally be done with the Sotek Green for a while. Alright. Best of luck, my friend. Ooh, there's a little bit of a floating decal scrap there that I just thankfully picked up before it got locked in. Ooh, there's another bit there. Let's see if we can get rid of this now. That one looks to still be attached, so we'll just use the flat of our knife blade just to see if we can break it apart. There we are. Look at that little bit there, got it on the tip of the blade. We'll just... yeah, wipe it off. And then back into it. And then we just want to make sure our varnish dries out nice and smooth. But I think that will be really nice when it dries. And looks like I hit all the faces on that. And while that dries, we can probably come back through and do our second coat of the metallic that we started ages ago on the back here. Because that coat of it was very thin, and so it'll need a second one just to solidify it. Yeah, already looking so much better once you get that second coat of it on there. Because it's a really nice metallic, but it's just so thin, because it's meant to go through an airbrush. Reckon that'll come together well enough. Doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to hold together a little bit. Don't forget to eat. Yeah, I probably wasn't going to go for a whole lot longer. Because I'm pretty happy with what we've managed to achieve with this one here. It took a long time, but I think that this is a good pace setter for the sort of stuff that I want to do with this knight. It's like a foot in the door on what we're wanting to do with it. But I think that this one banner took us 4.5 hours to do. Let's go! Yippee! But to be fair, I had fun, and I think it's worth it. Because when we grab onto it, and we have it floating in between these legs like that, yeah, okay. That is worth it. I don't care that it took 4.5 hours. That is so worth it. Holy shit, I love it. It's gonna be really good. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I reckon as we put this all together and we get the little bits of heraldry on the different panels and stuff, I think it'll be great. I don't think there should be a lot of crazy stuff we'll need to do either, because it's being Iron Warriors, a lot of the stuff is going to be minimalistic. So this is going to be the most heraldry dense part of the model, I'd say. And then for the other sections, we might just have like on this bit, have a couple of bits. Actually, this one I may not have heraldry on, or I'll just have a few pieces centered, rather than having heaps of little transfers everywhere. Because there'll be things like these panels here. I'm not sure if I want to have heraldry on them or not. I feel like I probably should, but I don't know how hard I should go with them. Because there's going to be one there and then another one there. Because I do really like just the smooth metal. But at the same time, it's a knight. I want to make use of the panels. I think some of the panels we'll want to keep smooth and clean. I think maybe what we do is we sort of break it apart. So we've got heralds, like we've got heraldry here. I think we keep the ones immediately adjacent clean, and then we move up to here, and these ones in the middle will have heraldry. I don't have my blue tack immediately available. But we have heraldry on these ones in the middle, and then the face will be clean. And then the shoulders we'll put heraldry on, and the top will be clean. I think that's how we'll do it. Because you don't want to bog it down. So I think we want to have a good split between our very patterned panels and our clean ones. I do like the idea of keeping the top nice and clean, because it's just so smooth. I think just having those hazard stripes run down it, I need to do that hazard stripe as well. And I need to fix these two in the middle here, because they're really gross. But yeah, I reckon these top strips, if we keep them clean, that'll be really nice. And then having the heraldry on the adjacent shoulder pads will be good. But that being said, I'm probably going to call it in for the day now, because we've been going for 4.5 hours, and I'm getting a little hungry. But yeah, I think we've set some good pace for what we want to do with this guy. And yeah, that being said, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Been a lot of fun. And yeah, I will catch you all. What day is it today? Friday. I will catch you all next week. So yeah, have a good one, and yeah, I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.